Hello, hello, hello. Welcome in. We'll be doing some work on Spectre and stuff like that. Want some more of it? It's a fucking call. She's an 8, she's a 9, she's a 10, I know. About me. All the name out loud.
It's burning, but not hurting. You've turned my world right upside down. This flirting, you spin me round and around. Why is it so hard to admit my feelings? I'm terrified of showing a sign, but every single moment you're stealing with your eyes. I guess I like you more than one night. Guess I like you more than one night. Are you faking, mistaken? I hope that you won't do me wrong. Time wasted, but it's coming strong, so strong. Why is it so hard to admit my feelings? I'm terrified of showing a sign, but every single moment you're stealing with your eyes. I guess I like you more than one night. 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 I guess I like you more than one night.
That'll tell me anywhere. lucky. In love with the boy.
Hey, listen!
Hey, shrimp. Welcome in. Well, what? The puzzle? Yeah, it's a space puzzle, if that's what you're saying. Oh, you're first. Yeah. Phew, excuse me. Ooh. Alright. Did the third command get set up? It did, yes. Jesus Christ. I always sneeze when I'm streaming. I haven't sneezed all day. A 10 stream watch streak. That is really amazing. Thank you so much. Bless you. Thanks. Thank you. That's awesome. Hedgehog, 20 stream watch streak. Thank you so much. That is really, really amazing. Good boy. love you forever and ever, forever and ever. So we've got something brand new, which I can't wait to reveal once it's actually finished. Every woman but you. Intrigue. Yeah. Talk about old man. Forever and ever, forever and ever. Yeah, I think I'm ready to show. I mean, I'm still migrating a lot of the data, but who wants a sneaky peeky? Always. Welcome to the new documentation. This has been like my work today. It's a full CMS integrated ticketing board. And I've moved the first setup guide, like the setup guide from the help page. This first time setup. That's been moved over to here. So you can search the documentation and you can submit support tickets directly. It's just another way to be open, I suppose. So there's a few different ways that you can do this. For example, you can go to the dashboard and we have single sign-on, SSO as what it's called in the field. You can go down to all-in-one spot is always good too. Yeah. So you can go to the documentations here. Clicking this new button now automatically signs you into the sport page. Now you can then manually just log in and then it still goes through the same authentication flow and now it's logged in. So, I need that open. So now there's a manage docs. So this is a CMS. It's a custom built CMS. I can add a new block, which I will be adding all the blocks for the document site. All the commands that we currently have in the bot. And then there's the first time setup. Now obviously it's in admin mode, so it looks a bit different. So I can hide, edit, and delete directly. Now all admins of the system have access to the support panel as an admin. And the way that works is pretty much the same as the dashboard. It's just a little flag. So when you sign in, that flag is applied. And then you've got a My Tickets. Submitting a ticket. Otherwise, you can also click Submit a Ticket. general, priority. Now, I've just pulled this code from my other CMS, so billing is not really a thing for Spectre, because, you know, billing goes through Twitch, so if you want to, like, support Spectre in any way. Yeah. A subject and a brief subscription. Description, not subscription. And then there's a queue. So a support queue where myself and other admins can view the tickets and respond to the tickets and help out. And then all the references on the side here. So GitHub directly, back to the dashboard, the API docs. And yeah, everything can be edited, except for the commands. The commands are actually an inbuilt system, but every other part of the block can be edited, which is really, really amazing. And I've been working on this pretty much all day. So yeah, everything's going to be in one spot now. Because, and the reason behind this is in all categories of Spectre, if you need support, it's either send us an email or join the Discord server. And in some parts of the world, for, you know, a lack of anything else to talk about, having one dedicated spot for support is kind of like not a good thing to have. So what's going to happen is this custom CMS support portal is going to be connected to the Discord bot. And then the Discord bot will also have the log of support tickets in the server. And then you can also, it'll be linked. All the admins in Discord will be linked to the support panel through Discord and all of that. So you can also respond within Discord to respond to the tickets and all that kind of stuff. So that is going to come very, very soon. But obviously this is just the massive beginnings of this CMS system that I've built. But yeah, I've been pretty much working on it all day. It's taken me about 7 hours to program, even with all the copy and pasting from my other CMS. Like I have a company CMS for my company, and I have custom code running on top of WHMCS, which is the hosting platform. But yeah, I have a CRM and a CMS in the back end for my business, and I copied a lot of that code as well. But for it to be, you know, integrated for Spectre, I had to do a lot of recoding. So yeah, but it looks very, very nice, and I've kept with the purple. But it's also a lot cleaner than our help document, so yeah, it's a lot cleaner. But yeah, I'm going to be working on that for a little bit. Okay, and the next is the Run Yourself page. Let's do that now. Okay. Add a new section. This new section's called Run Yourself. Faith Hill? That's what it sounds like. Song. Breathe by Faith Hill. I was right. Well, I got the Faith Hill right. I had no idea what this song is. We're on a playlist, a Spotify playlist today called Country in the 90s.
All these lonely nights we could have spent together. The life that's lived without you feels like it lasts forever. The feeling it just crawls under my skin. It's like a fatal poison setting in. 'Cause I don't wanna feel ashamed no more. Baby, show me what this love is for. 'Cause I don't wanna feel ashamed no more. Baby, show me what this love is for tonight. I don't wanna feel ashamed no more. Baby, show me what this love is for. I don't wanna feel ashamed no more. Baby, show me what this love is for tonight. 'Cause I don't wanna feel ashamed no more. Baby, show me what this love is for. 'Cause I don't wanna feel ashamed no more. Baby, show me what this love is for. 'Cause I don't wanna feel ashamed no more. Baby, show me what this love is for. I don't wanna feel ashamed
Down by the river on a Friday night. Okay. Run yourself is now up on the site. Open the door. Okay. And Spotify setup.
Rebel smile, angel eyes, breathe you in, it's paradise. And I need your love, you're my favorite drug. I'm not giving up. I want all of your love. You're my favorite drug.
One, two, three. Okay. TTS setup. I'm in a hurry and don't know why.
Incoming raid.
Incoming raid? The professor? The professor? 333, thank you so much for the raid. Welcome in. Oh, the bot's broken. One moment. Let me just quickly reboot the bot. For some reason, the commands. It stopped responding to commands. We'll just give the bot a quick itsy bitsy itty bitty diddle weedle itty bitty diddle weeboot. Thank you so much for the raid. What did you get up to? I mean, we'll find out in just a second as well. You were working and studying as well. Nice. Hopefully you got all your things done. I'm working on Bot of the Spectre. Bot of the Spectre is my public bot. And as you're a streamer, you can also use my bot. It is publicly available. But I built today, it took me 7 hours to build this new document page. Thank you so much for the follow. I appreciate it. Daddy Be Hung. Great name. Fantastic name. Raid Train says woot woot. Oh, welcome in. I appreciate it. Yeah, I built this custom CMS and ticket system today. It took me 7 hours. But yeah. I'm just migrating our help documents. So we're up to the text-to-speech now. I'm migrating it from the old site to the new site. You were getting some schoolwork done for the week. Oh, nice. What are you studying? What a fun way to get through schoolwork. Oh, yeah. Very, very true. Got everything else done? Nice. Very, very, very nice. That's amazing. Well, it's great to meet you. Welcome in. Thanks for bringing all your friends over to the zombie horde. Okay. Text to speech, right. Add a block. And this block is called this. And we'll copy the code from there. Great. Add a new block. Copy that code.
It's getting hard to trust the fall.
Why is that causing me issues? Add a block.
Can't tell if you're really
2,
why do I
3. Wait. I think I'm copying the wrong stuff. Yep, that's the Spotify stuff. Oopsies. Next page. Whoopsie, whoopsie, whoopsie. Thank you so much for the follow. I appreciate it. Streaming really helps you getting the stuff done. You don't always get as much done as you should, but it definitely helps with the stress levels. Oh, absolutely. You're currently in an online bachelor's program for wildlife conservation. Oh, fancy! Current class is wildlife conservation genetics. Ooh, that is awesome. That is really, really, really awesome. We got ads in 5 minutes already. We have not been streaming for that long. What do you mean? Oh my god, we've almost been streaming for an hour. Our first hour of...
You shot and missed Diana, the Professor 333. That's 1 times you've shot at zombies.
We've almost done an hour of stream. That is just ridiculous. How? You shot and missed Diana. Diana survived. Thanks for shooting the zombies.
You shot and missed Kyle, Shrimp for Felix. That's 6 times you've shot at zombies.
Ooh, Felix missed Kyle. Okay, text to speech model. Okay, this is the first one. Right. Right, save. Right. Visible? Yes, make that visible. Oopsies. Edit. Okay, available voices. This is where we are. And copy that block of code. Ooh. Troubleshooting TTS. Copy that to there. Okay, why isn't that going back like it was before? I'll have to look at that. You hate Kyle, you'll get him one day. You're gonna bounce, it's 1 a.m. Oh my god, it's 1 a.m. Yeah, go and do the self-care and all of that kind of stuff. You have to get up at 7 to get the kids off to school. No worries. Later, zombies. Catch you later. Sleep well. Wake rested. Thanks for the raid again. You are absolutely amazing. We'll certainly catch you around. Okay, text to speech. Custom variables is next. Shrimp's gonna get some breakfast. I hope your mum doesn't talk to you. Oh my lord. Everyone's avoiding everyone. We get ads in just a little over 2 minutes. You're even sleeping? What? What? Oh, it didn't save. Okay. Be right back. Anyways, be right back. No worries. Alright, let's try this again. Edit. Why is that? Okay, that's weird. So why did that break? Nothing errored in console. Some gasoline. Be that block. Save. Maybe if I just delete them? Maybe the edit's broken and I have to fix it. Oh. Nope. UDoc site. TTS. Okay, well there's nothing wrong with the code because it compiled. What? There's the ads. Never fades away. Okay. Railroad tracks. Available voices. Troubleshooting. Copy that block. Okay, so when I save, Next one is custom variables. Custom variables. Add a new section. Custom variable. Midnight flight. We'll do a code icon for that. Okay. So it's still compiled. Welcome back from ads. Appreciate you sticking through the ads. Mr. House high and low. And sit down. Ladies, if you're here from here, let us know. The missing person who nobody missed at all. Custom variable reference. Copy all of this. And right. Whoa. Okay, that's a bit big. I might have to right. Broke into the stadium. I wrote your number on a 50-yard line. Thanks for compiling. You're awesome. Wanted to get your attention. Overlooked me somehow. Your boyfriend's dimension. I heard my guitar below. How do you like me now? Now that I'm on my way. You think I'm crazy, standing here today. Living in your radio. How do you like me now? Just trying to see how to make fun of me. Let me get this far. Ooh, okay. So I think, so this is what I wanted to see. if this would compress, but I think due to just the number of sections in our documentation, I'll have to remove the
Looking back through the forest, just staring back through the trees. It's hard to tell if we're happy through the haze of foggy memories.
living in your radio. How do you like me now?
Places we've never been.
No.
If I'm not sure what it is, change my mind. I'm begging you to change my mind so I can let go of the doubt inside. I'm begging you to change my mind.
Nothing from Discord yet. Oh. You can keep an eye on it. Okay, I think that will work just a little better. And it scrolls down. Custom variables. Ooh. Okay, I'll fix that in a minute.
Fairy tale talk, 'cause both of us know life's a mess. I'll call you after the summer, and we'll see where things are at. I think we both wanted to leave it, but we both don't know it. Change my mind. I'm begging you to change.
Okay. Twitch channel points. Brand and Twitch brands. first section. First section. Well, first block. is What is the Twitch point? The info for that. No. Twitch points. Yeah, okay, I'm gonna have to fix that formatting in the CMS code. It's okay, we'll do that later. Wait from the public, no. Go back. Add a block. Setting up and syncing. Be that block. Create. Okay. Customizing reward responses. Oh. My Mr. Down a Mark accelerator. Troubleshooting. Bleed into I'm taking it for a ride. My baby come. Yeah, look at those gaps. Right. I need to fix that in the CSS. Oh, and that too, that's cut off. Alright, there's a lot to fix. Oh, it's 6 PM. It's almost time for a little meeting. Almost. At which point I will jump off the mic, we'll have the music on, and I'll be away for a little bit. Custom API. Custom API documentation. New section. Custom API. I'm taking it for a ride. Okay, there's the file. We'll have a plug for this section and a block. First block is overview and authentication, which is all of this content. Endpoint quick reference. Copy that block, paste that here. be all of that. Okay, copy all of this. Jesus Christ. Right, now using the API, how do you use it? This is how you use it. That block of code right there. Alright, how does that look actually? Oh no, that's broken. Why is that broken? And is it just that? Okay. I mean, my code looks okay. Okay, what could be the issue here? Grid. Alright. Built-in commands we don't care about. That's force loaded. Yeah, dynamic. Div. Open div. Close div. It's 20 past. Should be any minute, hopefully. There's 2 divs there. That's ended. 1, 2. Ooh, was there an extra div here in the permissions? No, because it only just happened when we're doing these channel points, so it's got to be further down here. Bandit! It's so great to see you. I'm doing well. I'm trying to find a bug. But I built this today. This is my bug. Why is that up there? This is a custom CMS support portal. So you can actually log like support requests via the web. And this is the new documents too, the new document homepage. We're moving away from this old awful code to this new fancy CMS that I built. Okay, let's just hide some things until it's fixed. Okay. Maybe it was in the channel points? Okay, one moment. Okay, I'm gonna have to open it in incognito. Right. So Twitch channel points, let's load the first one. That's fine. 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 Aha, it's that block. It's this endpoint block. Right. Ah. I've got a div that I accidentally closed. Okay, let's fix that. And yep. So now that should be fixed. Yay! We figured it out. Bugs can be inclusive. Yeah. Very, very true. Okay, custom API is done. Whoop. Bot dashboard. Right. Now I know we're still missing some pages. So command reference. Command reference. Command reference. We don't need command reference. API is there. We don't need that. We've done that. Custom variables we did. Yep. Okay. Run yourself we've done. So setup we've done. Spectre module variables. Spectre module variables. Copy that. Spectre module variables. Module variables. You never doubted that you would find it? Yeah, thank you. You're amazing. So how was your, when I went to bed last night, how was the end of your stream? Because we've received a raid today, which is fantastic, and it did, the command for the shout out didn't work. So my bot went to sleep, so that's still not fixed. I think if the bot's left for whatever reason after a period of time, that's when it goes to sleep and dies. But it shouldn't. Like that I don't know. And I'm gonna sneeze again. God damn it. Excuse me. Bless you. Thank you. No other problems with the stream? Okay. No worries. Did you end up going back and re-enabling those timed messages? Not yet, you wasn't ready for them to be spammed. You know, twice shy and everything. Yep. Do you think it's fixed? I hope it was just a hiccup, and if the bot's been rebooted, it may be fixed. Because I don't know why it posted twice. Which is why I originally suggested maybe just a reboot. But disabling them was also the other option too, so. Description variables. Okay. The Spectre module variables is done. Spotify setup, I think we did. Yes. We did that. You'll turn them back on for tomorrow. They were spamming constantly. It was acting like it was ignoring the timed portion and just looking at lines of text. It did seem like that, didn't it? But to fix that, I did roll out an update for the time messages. TTS setup. So if you haven't had a chance to have a look at it, that's okay. Channel points. Yep. But I went and did this. You noticed that too in your last stream? Thought it was just set up wrong. I think it's because of this change. The change was in the bot, but it wasn't actually in the dashboard, which is here, trigger type. So if you want it to be just a timer, just amount of chat lines, or both, which how it's meant to be running now, like both. So like after X amount of chat lines, post to keep the chat informed about the particular timed message, but still post after X amount of time. I think that was mainly a me fault, maybe. Maybe the trigger was set up in reverse. I honestly don't know. I was also extremely tired last night. But yeah, this trigger type, all of my timed messages are all timers. Nothing is set for chat trigger. But yeah, this trigger option's been on my radar for quite some time. And I did it yesterday, but yeah. Twitch. Alright, what's this troubleshooting page? I also now have dinner, which is really, really awesome. Troubleshooting guide. Common issues. We don't really need that. Okay, well, that means the last one is our OBS audio monitoring page. It was very late for me, and then it was even later by the actual time I got to bed. So I said goodnight in your stream when? Was it like 12:40 or something in the morning? Something like that, 20 to 1? And then I didn't get to bed until 2:30. I decided to yeah, something like that. Yeah, it was 2:30 last night. I just pulled up my Apple Health. Yeah, it was 2:30 last night when I went to sleep. I chose to do a little bit of reading. Originally, it was going to be some light reading, and then it turned into, like, finishing 70% of the book, and I'm like, ooh, I think it's time for bed. And then while I was programming today, I was on and off listening to some audiobooks. I finished one audiobook, which was The Margate Murders. This audiobook. I finished that. It was alright. I gave it 4 stars. And then started listening to The Knox. And so far it's okay. But that's what I do at work. I put an audiobook, put an earbud in, listen to an audiobook, work away. But I was stopping and starting through all of the audiobooks. And my phone was kind of ringing off the hook today, and it was kind of annoying. Like, every time I hit play on the audiobook, like, I'd get 2 or 3 minutes in, and then my phone would ring again, and I'm like, God damn it. Thanks to the time change, you were in bed asleep by 8 PM, and you pretty much slept straight through. Oh, that's awesome. That's really awesome. And you finished Claimed by the Alpha. Very good book. I added some new books to my read list. I was browsing through the list of books, and I added Hell's Most Incompetent Demon, the world's most wimpiest vampire, the world's wimpiest vampire, sorry. The Afterlife's Most Anxious Reaper. That's a book set. So 3 books. They all looked really, really good. The Alpha Sun, which is book 1. It seemed interesting, but I haven't added the rest of the series to the list. Same with Little Red and Obsession, which is the Mate games. And Little Red is Big Bad Wolves. But yeah, they're on my list now. I want to go here. Yeah, so this is a 3 set. The first book seems okay, and the second book and the third is kind of like a continuation. So if I like the first book, then it'll be okay. Then Little Red. This one seemed interesting. His name is Peter Penis Codwell. So I'm like, interesting. What a name. But yeah, this one is a yeah, here. Yeah, okay, here. So, Peter was not, he was essentially not prepared for the consequences when he was bitten by a giant wolf during a reckless night of teenage adventure. So it's kind of like a shifty one, like a shapeshifter one, like the tag suggests. But yeah, it seemed a little interesting. And then there's 3 books. So, Little Red, Big Bad, and A Little Bad. Sounds interesting. Sounds like the kind of book you'd read and enjoy. Yeah, like it seemed okay. And then Obsession, this has got like, if I remember correctly, like 6 books? 5 books, I was so close. Yeah, so it's a nice big series. And again, it was kind of like, it's these paranormal ones. So it's got like vampires and all that kind of stuff in it. But yeah, if I like the first book, then I'll enjoy. Then I'll enjoy. The rest. And what's really great about this book is I was going to pick up this book on Amazon, but when I looked on Amazon, and that's what I'm opening now, Amazon. So if I go Obsession by Kay Lauren.
Don't wanna fall into your arms again. Don't wanna
Right. So I opened this up and I'm like, oh, it's Kindle Unlimited. And I'm like, oh, there's an audiobook, so I could probably get the audiobook and the Kindle and have the Whisper Sync, because I like that. I like the Whisper Sync. So I clicked on audiobook and I'm like, okay, it's on Audible, which is great. So I went to Audible. So here's Audible. It's in my library, but I didn't pay for it. It is like free right now. It's included with the Audible subscription. So I'm like, cool. So I don't have to worry about it. So yeah. And I should get my credits. What's today? The 9th. I should get my credits tomorrow, which is going to be really cool. Because tomorrow I also get the next Harry Potter one. So, yeah. And then I added the other ones. I added Little Red because I found it. And then I found The Hunting Between Us, Together in a Broken World. There's Alpha Sun. Just in case I want to do the Whisper Sync stuff. Same with all of those. It's in my library, but on my wish list. Removed from my wish list. This Heated Rivalry from the TV show. What do I want? Harry Potter. This is what I want. These full cast editions. So I think the last one was The Goblet of Fire. The Order of the Phoenix comes out tomorrow. Yeah, release tomorrow. So I'll get my credit, and then I will slowly listen to that over time as well. It's great. But yeah, I got some good books. Some are on my wish list. Some are Kindle Unlimited, so I can start reading them as soon as I want to. And yeah. But I found those ones today. I was, what was I doing? I was scrolling the book club Reddit. It's not called book club on Reddit. There's a few book clubs that I follow on Reddit, and I was scrolling through one, and a couple have those books that I've pretty much just showed. Those were all recently recommended, and I'm like, yeah, I'll check them out and have a go at them. Right, so the last section is OBS monitoring setup. And we might have the icon of like headphones. That'll be nice. Okay, new block. Fly audio monitoring. Copy that code there. Now, how do these images actually look? Ooh, they actually look really nice. That's awesome. Okay. Okay. Part 2. Copy that block. Ah, that looks really awesome. I'm happy. And still nothing on Discord. Okay. I'm waiting for someone particular to let me know. Okay. So now if I just log out, I gotta go fix that too. That logout button goes back to the home page. Okay, OBS setup. Nice. Yeah. Oh, that's a message. Oh, hopefully it's a message. Okay, command reference. That's awesome. I love this new page. And all it did was took me all day, essentially. Check the M's. Ooh, that'll be you then.
I didn't sleep last night. I'll wake up this morning. I'm alive, but this
Where is the switch for turning all the time messages back on? On the dashboard. You've got the button to enable and disable them just right there. That's a pretty simple. It wasn't simple actually, but it was a pretty what? Oh, words. It's here, status. you click and it does the thing. What's the words that I'm looking for? You click the buttons, it does the actions. What's that called? That's a quick action. There's a status quick action that you can just click it and it enables and disables on the fly. And what's really good about the bot is this new update. When you change the status, the bot immediately knows about it. So if you disable a timed message during the stream, that time message stops, which is great. But it's a lot better to go and click them, and you can click them all. So if I want to disable mine, I would go click, 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 and it would just load. You don't have to click and wait. You don't have to. You can click them all. See what happens tomorrow? Yeah. And I've been monitoring Because obviously I run your chat, right? Yourchatbot.botofthespectre.com. It's a custom chat platform for Twitch IRC that I built. I use that so I can read messages, but I also have the Twitch chat open next to it, so I can read the actual Twitch chat, so I don't have the filtered out messages. And my time messages don't seem to be spamming, so hopefully that is fixed. Unlike, when was it? Yesterday's stream where I counted the welcome messages not working for my channel, but Hedgehog was streaming at the same time, and the welcome messages worked flawlessly. So I have no idea why. But anyway, I put in a redundancy to make sure that that doesn't happen again. So, I don't know. Weird things happen with the bot. Ooh, the watermelon throw. It's a lot. A real lot of code? Oh, yeah. Yeah, what is Spectre now? Spectre is now comprised of... See, here's 10,000. Probably 13, 14,000? 14,000. 14,438 lines of code. So, yeah. So yeah. Spectre's a lot. But yeah, I'll leave you to the puzzles. I'm gonna duck off the mic for some time. Get some different work done and have a discussion about some new features and yeah, I'll be in chat, but I'm gonna jump off the live mic. I'll still have a mic, but yeah. And I shall see you all back in a little bit.
got a crowd. But when I find you in the street and you're by yourself, if you make the wrong move, I'ma stop you well. You walk up in the club like you run the town. You talk a big game when you got a crowd. But when I find you in the street and you're by yourself, if you make the wrong move, I'ma stop you well. Stop you well. Stop you well. Wrong move. Stop you. Walk up in the club like you run the town. You talk a big game when you got a crowd. But when I find you in the street and you're by yourself, if you make the wrong move, I'ma stop you well. You walk up in the club like you run the town. You talk a big game when you got a crowd. But when I find you in the street and you're by yourself, if you make the wrong move, I'ma stop you well. Wrong move. Stop you.
traveling down this lonesome road. Dreams of the old me, stories left untold. Flashing signs of memories, each one so profound. Holding on to heartbeats, 10 feet up the ground. Dreaming about the times when I used to play. Now I'm counting on tomorrow, leaving yesterday. On the road, dreams untold. All days come, winds that blow. Radio's tune, sun goes long. Every mile I go strong. Counting stars, nights fall. Lost in dreams, past the bounds. Echoes ring, memories sway. On the road to yesterday. Whispers from a past self. Echoes growing cold. Battles I once fought and challenges so bold. Roads that twist and turned, each bend a lesson learned. Moments that I cherished, bridges that I burned. Grasping at tomorrow, today it slips away. Hoping for a future where these dreams are gonna stay. On the road, dreams and
I don't wanna fall in love. I just wanna have some fun, yeah. I don't wanna fall in love. I just wanna have some fun. I don't wanna fall. I just wanna. I don't wanna fall in love. Been lied to so many times, but I just don't wanna forget about the past that I have left. Be alright, can find somebody else as strong as me for you instead. 'Cause I've been losing all my trust for you.
Come back to yesterday, spinning taillights, spelling out their name, like you lost your voice and still know what to say. And the comeback doesn't feel the same. Oh, I know, oh, I know, this is a pipe dream. Can we take it really slow? I just want some peace of mind before it dies, and I have to leave it all behind. Take me back before yesterday, before emergency lights took you away. Got my voice back, but it's too late. Oh, the comeback doesn't matter anyway. I'm not mad, I'm just really fucking sad, and I don't know how to let you go. You were supposed to be something more. You were supposed to come back through that door. Oh, I know, oh, I know, this is a pipe dream. Can we take it really slow? I just want some peace of mind before it dies, and I have to leave it all.
you've always been here to play. Can't stop to think and say, stay away, oh stay away. Tell me do you want, tell me do you wanna stay? Enemies of pain. Do you think that this is some kind of game? Well, I'm here to stay, but you've always been here to play. Can't stop to think and say, stay away, oh stay away. Tell me do you want, tell me do you wanna stay? Do you wanna stay?
There's something about your smile, I don't know what it is, but you got me feeling like I'm high. About your eyes, I don't know what it is, but they're making me stay up all night. It must be in there, or something with your hair, I really don't know why. You got me feeling up, I know it's obvious, something's feeling right. I know this isn't a love song, but I think you're cute, and we should stay up all night watching the sunrise again and play along with your flute. Something about your smile, I don't know what it is, but you got me feeling like I'm high. About your eyes, I don't know what it is, but they're making me stay up all night. It must be in there, or something with your hair, I really don't know why. You got me feeling up, I know it's obvious, something's feeling right. I know this isn't a love song, but I think you're cute, and we should stay up all night watching the sunrise again and play along with your flute. First I thought you made of gold, but after months you turned to stone. I don't know why, but I feel so real. Every time I'm looking back, feelings going on. Don't need to apologize, funny we had drama. So though you broke my heart in two, I'm always there for you. There for you. You broke my heart in two. I'm always there for you. Still got your heartbeat close to mine on every sunset of July. A summer I can get it off my mind. Oh, when I was looking in your eyes, there was a glimpse of paradise. Babe, I think I want you back in my life. Every time I'm looking back, feelings going on. Don't need to apologize, funny we had drama. So though you broke my heart in two, I'm always there for you.
I'm on the outside looking in, and this world around me is getting colder. I don't know where we can begin, but our bodies getting closer now. Give me one chance, let me feel your touch. Touch from within. Give me one chance, let me feel your touch. Touch from within. Give me one chance, let me feel your touch. Touch from within. Give me one chance, let me feel your touch. Touch from within. Give me one chance, let me feel your touch. Touch from within.
I think I'll never use
the cosmic love.
jump, jump, jumping. Let my boots by the riverside. I'm gonna let my boots by the riverside. Let my boots by the riverside. I'm gonna let my boots by the riverside. Jump, 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 jumping. Jump, 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 jumping. Jump, 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 jumping. Jump, 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 jumping.
Fiesta. 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 Fiesta.
I'm a mess. If only you could know what's in my head. Your body in the light makes me wanna dance, but your cold embrace makes me leave in every comeback. I'm alive, but I feel like the world is falling down. I need someone to get me off the ground. I'm so sick of all the wasted nights, but you got me like, it hurts, but it feels like I'm psycho. Got me like, it hurts, but it feels like I'm psycho. If only you could know what's in my head. Your body in the light makes me wanna dance, but your cold embrace makes me leave in every comeback. I'm alive, but I feel like the world is falling down. I need someone to get me off the ground. I'm so sick of all the wasted nights, but you got me like, it feels like I'm psycho.
Goes into the bone. There's darkness in your soul. You're cold, cold heart. You're cold, cold heart. Yeah. Goes into the bone. There's darkness in your soul.
you will be there for me.
edge of the world, hanging on to every single word. How can I move on from all the hurt when it hurts this much? You're always there in the back of my mind. Try to forget you, I swear that I tried. Still feel you Summer days were falling into cold nights, babe. I could see you waving as the headlights faded out of sight on my mind. Baby, I hate sleeping in this bed we made. Knew that we were over, but I lie here waiting on your side every night. So come back, I'm waiting in the dust. I'm holding on to all that never was. Just come back, 'cause I'm not out of love. I'm not over you, not over us. I'm not over Autumn air is haunting every memory, babe. How can I forget you if I'm still here pacing through this room every night? Baby, I've been lying to myself too much. Knew that you would break my heart, but let you take it. What we do, make it right. So come back, I'm waiting in the dust. I'm holding on to all that never was. Just come back, 'cause I'm not out of love. I'm not over you, not over us. I'm not over I'm so skeptical when it comes to love, but I found something in your eyes. So just tell me why. You broke me. I know that you promised to be for me. You broke me in pieces. Now I wanna know if she's everything you wanted that I couldn't be. Now I want to let go. You are the reason I'm letting go. And I want to let go, let go. Let go, let go.
that you promised to be for me. You broke me in pieces, but I wanna know if she's everything you wanted that I couldn't be. No, I want to let go, and you are the reason I'm letting go. And I want to let go, let go. 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 Let go, let go.
Do you feel your bones start to shake? 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 Do you feel your bones start to shake?
I'm lost. I swear I will be better than I was. I thought that I was special, we will be together, but I've never been so wrong. Now I'm lost. I swear I will be better than I was. I thought that I was special, we will be together, but I've never been so wrong. I'm lost. I swear I will be better than I was. I thought that I was special, we will be together, but I've never been so wrong. Now I'm lost.
Alrighty. That's the end of stream. We're done. Dun 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 dun. Meeting is over. Very, 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 very productive. Thanks for the stream. You are more than welcome. I am just starting on a tinge of a headache because I was very smart. I was being very, very smart. My brain was going a million miles an hour. So I'm actually going to end stream, do some self-care, do a little bit of reading, if I can handle it, because I am starting to get a bit of a headsy ache. And I'm not very tired, actually. Oops, I minimized it by mistake. It's the graveyard. Thank you to all of the wonderful events that have happened today. You guys are spoiling me rotten. Starting with the amazing raid from the Professor 333, the Professor raiding, and for Daddy Be Hung for also following. That is absolutely amazing that you came in, shared your little community with us, and followed. That is absolutely amazing. Thank you so much for that. And look at those credits. Look how amazing they are now that they're fixed. See? Look how amazing that is. Oh. Thank you to all of the wonderful chatters today. Shrimp for Felix, Auntie Kai, Hedgehog O'Brien, the Professor 333, Daddy Be Hung, and of course Mark's Bandit 236. Thank you so much for hanging out. Thanks for chatting. We shall see everyone tomorrow for another worky stream. To know when that is, let me click this button, which will be in about 17.5 hours time. Take care of yourself and get plenty of rest. Yeah, I'm gonna do a little bit of light reading. Or I might throw the audiobook on for a little bit while I get ready for bed, and then I don't know what I'll do actually. I don't know what I'll do. Anyway, we'll do that. Join the Discord if you haven't already. There is the link there from Spectre. I won't do the whole spiel, but you know, in the Discord server, there's the Auto Rolls channel. Click the Twitch Live button. You'll get the Twitch alert roll and be notified when we go live on Discord. Streams a finite amount of time each day, and Discord is 24/7. So if you do consider joining yet another Discord server, please consider joining my Discord server. Thank you, and thank you once again for hanging out. If you're here for 5 seconds, 5 minutes, 5 hours, or for the last 6 hours and 35 minutes on the dot, thank you so much for hanging out. Oh, that was awesome. 6 hours, 35 minutes on the dot. That was really, really awesome. Thank you, and thank you all once again. And I shall catch you all during the next stream. It is good night from me. Ooh, outro song. Good night. Oh my god, I lost it. Where is it? There it is. Alright. No, this song. Thank you. Alright. It's good night from me. Bye-bye.